do 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 do. Oh, my mic is hot. Well, might as well just jump over to the game. All right, so let's see how many disconnects are going to happen today. Yeah. No idea. Game's up. I'm barely up. We'll see what happens. I'm currently sort of progressing through the dragon era thing, because I found that one of the dragon items I kind of need it for this guy. I hate profane fleshes. That's why I hate profane fleshes. That was a very satisfying loot explosion, but I don't think there's a lot good in there. Hey, Clopper. Water loop for. Yeah, if Jin were in here, which he's probably not. Jin.
Yes.
Wait, what's my... I have one that's not bad. Giant endurance threshold. Lightning mana. Elemental res. I think I crafted the elemental res in there. Boosted the lightning damage up with crafting. I think that's the only really good one I got right now. Exactly that ring. Yep. There are, my sorcerer actually has gotten pretty okay. Beep boop. Exalted things. Like, this just dropped for me, and I'm debating whether or not I want to use it. Because it has the spell crit, but it's less spell crit. It has increased lightning damage, but it's less than the increased spell damage. But it has that absurd amount of shock, because that would be like, that's 99% more shock, right? Compared to 42%. But it might be lower damage overall. But it's a giant amount of shock. But it's also a double prefix, so I can't, like, do anything with that. But we still have the suffix we can throw in there. Hey, Pikachu-san. Welcome. So I have Exalted Shields over here and a unique or set item here, which is what we're going for first. It's an axe, I think. Or is it spears? Axes, I think it was. Excuse me, I am the only lightning elemental allowed to be here. Lightning elementals. Oh, right. When did I level up? Holy shit. I must have leveled up during like an arena fight or something and just forgot. Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, these things, the winged carrion. I've noticed the worms already. Oh, that's a dude. Oh shit, that's a dude I need to kill. It's a dude I need to kill. Let me have him kill himself on my reflect. Ugly derp noodles. Yeah. Tempest Maw. A lightning weapon for not this character. Tempest Maw, incidentally, sounds like something that's like... It's like someone who's helping Thanos. And we're going to do a quick trip to the forge before I head out again. Okay, what suffix can we slap in here? I think, because we already have the chance to shock, I think I'll do chance to freeze? To chill, I guess? Well, we could also do increased stun chance, because that's a thing lightning does. Let's do that. Cool. Definitely want to go up here and up this if we can. It's upped. Oh, forging potential's gone. That's fine, though. So the spell damage for us is exactly the same. We're losing 52 mana and a chunk of stun. Here, let's see what the damage is like. Because we have 2,939 versus 3,000 damage. So that's an increase. And 11,000... it's about the same for that. So yeah, that's technically an increase in our damage. So this can go in our Sorcerer tab. Yeah, I'll go get an Exalted Shield. Told you a Primalist at some point. I've been thinking about it as like number 4. Because Necromancer's definitely next. Hey. Stop stunning me! Goddamn archers. Necromancer is definitely number 3. It's going to be our next character we're making. I don't know that I necessarily want a unique wand, honestly. So a shrine up here I want to grab. Nice. Hey, I'm making vehicle sound effects. Get moving. I would say I'm interested in Necromancer and the description of Warlock. Because Warlock... Yes. Like... I don't know how to judge shields in this game. I mean, I should just keep it because we can make legendary stuff out of these, so...
Take care.
I'm gonna need another tap. God damn it. Food coma? Yeah. That one I'll get rid of because I don't care about throwing damage, I think, ever. Haha. Are we there yet? God damn it. Yeah. I was gonna say I'm most interested right now as a new character to start an acolyte going to Necro. But yeah, Primalist is actually on my list too. But yeah, I'm really interested in Warlock and Rune Master from the descriptions. By the way, the thing about like Warlock is it sounds like it's the like sorcerer equivalent on the acolyte, which is why I'm interested in it. Just playing that dark spellcaster. God damn it! I see two-handed sword and I'm like, and then it's the one I don't want. That I have 3 of now. Ooh, set item. We'll go over there. Yeah, it sounds like it's a like you're doing the curse thing and then like ripping life force out, like very life steely. Yeah, I got plenty of Glyphs of Shattering. I haven't used them. That's funny. That's one of the funniest things I've seen so far. Just that whole like whack, they get down to very low health, and then like just doing a tiny finisher poke. Yeah, I didn't realize the gold elementals were what I was after. Because I didn't read. I just was like, okay, I'm off. I'm like, oh, destroy the gold elementals. Okay, did that already. And we're gonna go over here. Yeah, imagine reading the items that are on the ground.
Yes.
I'll chain the quests together after this. Man, three spires.
Fools.
Ow. Fucking didn't that spire just lead the shot on me? Ow. Why are there so many fucking Wingari Beastmasters here? It's a very satisfying sound effect, though. Oh, it's right here. Before anyone says anything, not a single one of those items is the item I want. There's literally one item I want in the game right now.
Yes.
Yeah, have it. I think I have it. Ashen Crown. I have it. I have it. I don't think I had that. Isn't Gundam goes back to looking. See, you know, that Gundam game actually looks really fun. I'm just gonna scope around, make sure there isn't any legend legendary or set, well, unique or set things floating around. Not seeing anything. All right. Let's rock and roll. I'm so tired right now, by the way.
Yes. Etera's grace be with you.
There was a ton of work at work, and then, actually, no, it's just a ton of work at work. Hmm. You know what's funny? That felt easier with this guy than it did with my, Yeah, I don't need that. That felt easier with this guy than it did with my, my battle mage. Just felt less terrifying. Although, granted, last time I did that, when I did that last night, I did it with the, exsanguinous thing on. And then that was laughably easy compared to it, too.
What brings you here?
I have an idea, by the way, for Disintegrate on a Sorcerer. And I have no idea if it's a good idea.
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be interesting with this guy. Probably a little terrifying, too. Aren't all these guys electric? Ah, sneaky, sneaky. Oh, got it. There's a slow on that. Ow. Oh, they can reach too. Again, sneaky, sneaky. Yeah, if I can get one of them, it makes it way easier to deal with all the others. Arguably, the easiest one to deal with is this guy when he's alone. Mm. Technically, I am running one. It's when I got off that there internet.
Yes.
All right, let's see how this fight goes with the sorcerer. None of these are places I can stand, sir. Oh. What? Hey, Yukari. Accidentally did too many wards there. Might cost me. Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Let me get this potion, please. Thank you. Uh-oh. That's been the first time so far where I wanted to do a panic teleport out of that. Oh, there it is. All res, slow chance, bleed chance. Do I want the slow? Or do I want the all res? Because just having a universal slow chance sounds pretty good when you're doing kiting. All res? See, I think with one of the blessings I actually did all res already. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I guess I'll do it again. No, I don't think so. That's a fair point, Pikachu-san. I think the walkway is broken.
I cannot do that.
The malls are just falling to shit now.
I cannot do that.
So I believe my Spellblade and my Sorcerer are now on equal footing in terms of location unlocked. Anyway, my weird idea for Disintegrate. Minion fire damage. That's not for this guy yet. I'm not going to do this, but I was kind of thinking if we do fire Disintegrate because of Ignifar's head, we come down and grab Red Giant, and black hole. And what we can do is use... This is a ward generator with infusion. And we can make it kind of inexpensive and lower cooldown with rifts. Because it's not going to pull anymore. We don't care about the negative effects on that. So we can just throw out these, you know, swirling fireballs that just hang out in groups. And then beam everything down that are in them.
You may find a treasure, my friend. Hey there.
Unless you got two-handed swords. Hiya!
Not bad.
Okay, do I want to jump over to Spellblade, though? Because I need to do another, yeah, I'll alternate. I need to do another round in the dragon area. Because there are two items I want to get. There are two items I want to get. One is... I did get that. Okay. There's a two-handed sword I want for this guy. And then there is a... something that drops off that boss. What's my most needed resistance on this guy? Void. We need Void, but we're going to lose some Necrotic off that. That boss does Necrotic as far as I can tell, so we might just want to trade Necrotic for Necrotic. That also means we get 2 points on Shatter Strike. Let's go for the Damblage node and the other Damblage node. Alright, dragons. Yeah, so we're looking for Battle Mage's Endeavor for this guy, because there's a build I want to try with it. That's a weird build, but I like weird builds. And then, like I said, I need to go do, Damn, we got really far down in this area. No, right, I died a bunch of times over here, though. Shields, helmet, bows. God, it's all gross. Bows. I actually like bows and archers. That's like number 5 or 6 on my list after. Basically what I'm thinking is, because I only really use enchant weapon on this guy. Stuns! I only really use enchant weapon on this guy when I'm fighting, like, uniques and bosses to burst. So I'm like, I'm not using enchant weapon a lot of the time on this guy. So what if I did instead, with Battle Mage's Endeavor, we set up Lightning Blast. Oh, God. Frame rate! We set up Lightning Blast. Because it procs off of that sword. So we could set up a really strong Lightning Blast and use that. as kind of a juicer. Fucking archers. This is the only thing I don't like about the Spellblade is when range shows up, I had to walk over to it like a peasant.
Fools!
And I say that full knowing I still have teleport on my bar because teleport costs mana. Do 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 do.
Yes.
Do 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 do. Boo 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 doo boo doo boo da boo doo ba bum bum bum. What are this guy's blessings? Maybe this is where I'm thinking I had the Yeah, that's where I'm thinking I had the all res. Ooh, why'd I go to the key?
I cannot do that.
My run speed gets My run speed is... I'll look. Because I think I only have it on... Oops. I only have it on my boots. So 16 and 8, so 20%. I don't know if it's actually listed anywhere. Oh, it's up here. Yeah, 24%. Okay, yeah. What's happening, though, is there's the deicide buff from Shard of the Shattered Lance, which will give... If I kill an elite, we get a little boost to our movement speed. So you see we're, like, trotting now.
Yes.
probably like 10%. This feels very Spellblade, so we're going to put it in the Mage Uniques. I meant to go here. Whatever, it builds up the same. Oops. That's the Sorcerer button to kill, James. You have to build stacks first. Ow. Ow. Stop it! My brain will eventually give way to being hit. Yeah, how do you like it, Flame Pillar? I chainsawed you real good. Oh, that's like a 25% movement speed increase.
Fools.
Get the deck shard.
Fools. Fools. I cannot do that.
I like that it looked like it just destroyed itself. Just die, you.
Yes.
So it's funny, you know, I don't actually feel like I'm moving around that fast. You know, keep the +2 to teleport. Do. Oh, right. Yeah, I think it might be that I'm too used to something like a like a uh like a Diablo 3 where it's like son of a it's still not enough space. You know what? I think I'm just gonna take some of the rares out.
Take care. Yes.
Gotta zoom. Yeah. All right, let's reveal. Oh god, that can kill me. Okay, we're good. That can kill me, but luckily we are a Spellblade and we don't care.
I cannot do that.
Speaking of going fast,
I cannot do that.
yeah, there is a. It's at the very bottom. It does a 2 recasts. It's what got me liking the ability, honestly. Here, let me point it out. What I'm running and why I want to do a
Yes.
that battle mage sword. Shatter strike. So, you go down through lingering chill, breadth of cold, and then there's whiteout. It's a 2-pointer. Each point gives you an additional recast, but it lowers the attack speed and jacks the mana cost way up. So you can see that it does cost quite a bit of mana. And if we just burn everything down, we run out very quickly. Now, there is a way to counteract that and basically spam this forever. And that is to use Mana Strike. Because you can set up Mana Strike where you just get lots of mana back per hit. If you do the... where is it? Here you go. Mana from crit. 3 points. And then you pick critical rejuvenation. So it doesn't have a crit multiplier anymore, but you get a huge base amount of crit chance. So essentially, you go for this high crit generation thing, and like swift sap, to give yourself high attack speed. And I think when I did this as a tester, I went up and grabbed the ward because you can just generate a shit ton of ward with this ability too. And then you basically are sitting there because this we can move while we do it. You can start your normal attacks while doing like the integrated chopping. And you basically get this giant chainsaw type of thing. But I prefer the more metered, like, dun dun dun, Shatter Strike, dun dun dun, Shatter Strike. Also, this ability looks awesome to me in Galvanize mode. It's the only reason I'm using it in Galvanize mode is I think it looks cool. But yeah, you grab up the Frozen Shrapnel to add the spikes in. And then I went up to absolute 0 because I don't care about attack speed with the actual Shatter Strike. I just want it to be a one and done big D damage. And then because I'm dual wielding swords, I have Cold Steel to add the multiplier on. But I'm going to maybe switch over to, like I said, Battle Mage's Endeavor. If I can get it to drop. If it ever drops. And then, yeah, I'll run the big two-hander with it. I mean, we don't need to get the charges built up. We can just throw out the occasional, like, Shatter Strike and it gets normal enemies down. What was I leveling up on this guy? Hey. No. Oh, right. I don't know that I want to do Blade Weaver. So go for Volka's Razor. AKA high cost battle mage abilities. You know, those things that cost over 10 mana.
Fools.
Yeah.
Death. Finally.
Death. Finally. I got plenty of those stabs actually.
Yes.
Mouth noises. So, you know, what loot filter do you use? Unless you're lurking again. Then you don't need to answer. Ow. These motherfuckers and their stuns. I think they're so special that they can stop me. Hey, get back here, you. Also, funnily enough, I think that my my sorcerer would probably treat that fight the exact same way and just not care. No, I refuse.
Majasa has entrusted this to me. My faith.
Oh, that's it. I'm like, where's the third one?
Yes.
Do I really need another staff? Another one of these staves specifically? Yes, of course. I don't want to miss out. Duh. I can get rid of any of that at any time. I don't have a problem. I am not a hoarder.
Die, human. Die, human.
I always love getting an opportune Shrine of Water. Pie? Pie? I don't think I need tea right now. I've had like 3 giant cups of coffee today. It's the only reason I'm upright right now, actually.
Yes.
Wraiths. Wraiths! Do 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 do. I grab it, but I feel like the +3 to static orb helmet I have right now is just better. Fuck you, Sulla. Fuck you, Sulla. You didn't deserve to be dictator anyways. I can't believe you... Fuck you, Sulla. You walked away from the dictatorship. How could you walk away from that much power? That was a direct quote from Julius Caesar, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, that was... Never mind. I don't want that.
Yes. Take care.
I thought that was damage goes to ward, not channeling. Ooh, I'm gonna go do that. So you can't get that frickin' sword note I want so bad.
Dare to stand against us?
You think you can stand against us? Ah! That's also a quote from Caesar. He said it. He said it as he was getting stabbed to death in the Senate. I'm almost 100% certain I have a +1 to mana strike thing already. Oh, we'll go for that unique, then we'll reset everything. Unless we see another thing. Do 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 do. Fucking archers. It's what the French said it, Ash. No. I don't know why my brain's going to stupid history jokes. Stop shooting me with bows! It's not fun. The worst part is it goes through the rocks. Oh my god. It's like my form of defense is ward, which is generated on attack. But like I can't get that if I'm getting pelted by arrows because I have to run around and we lose a ton of health from it for some reason. But then it's also like I need my mana back from attacking, which we can't get because we have to keep running from the stupid arrows. And I can't see the archers because they're over there. Well. You know what we're going to do? I know that's a unique, but I'm going to reset everything because I don't want to go through there. I just realized I have 25% lowered resistances in here. Oh no, that was a status effect I think got me. Never mind. Oh, fuck off. Put a dude who stuns next to those stupid bats. Done. Aurelius. Lightning damage with spells and melee attacks. Multi-strike smite. 100% chance to cast smite after you use multi-strike and hit a boss or rare enemy.
Yes.
Oh, was that the weapon you were talking about, Clobber? Or nah? Alright, looking around at the incomplete ones. Keys. You can see my failures right here. Can I reroll again? Lightning spell 1. Okay. Well... Oh boy, another desert arena. I only hate it when there's a lot of, like, archer spawns. Because they can kill me with this character. Funnily enough, the Sorcerer has an easier time with these because he can just run around and not engage if he needs to. See? See? I like that they are a change of pace, honestly. Oh, I didn't even check my... I wasn't even looking at the bar yet. I should probably look up at that at some point. It's everyone's favorite, light mages. Alrighty, Sino. Have fun. Hopefully you have more fun than I had with those light mages. I mean, that is kind of balanced out because you can see. You can effectively see where the hit's going to be, so it's like, yeah, it kind of balances it out and makes it fair. Again, did not even bother looking at the, looking at the bar at the top. It's very much it's a trick at an axe type of stop and hit.
Yes.
That's that's a unique. Welcome back, Yukari. Oh, we're just barely there. And I'm not seeing unique, so let's do it.
Yes? Eterra's grace be with you.
Another one of those. Stop studying me. It doesn't make me look cool and strong when I get stunned. Ow.
Fools.
I'm taking the long way around by design. I say to myself to justify my pathing right now. Because we literally just did this on the Sorcerer and went the right direction in that one. That felt pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, because the last time I did this, I had the Sanguinus thing going. All right.
What brings you here?
I think it's all the same. Like, there's a universal world drop. But what happens with these like little islands is they have a reward at the end a lot of the times. And that reward can drop so like this one has like rare relics. So if you go in there and finish that, you come back and right here is a little cache that you pop open and it has rare relics in it. And what happens is there are oh. That was very funny. That one dragon didn't even know I was there. Because I'm like collecting loot. Because I thought I maybe killed one off camera or off screen because I had them like off screen. I was hitting them, and I thought I maybe like, oh, maybe I just got kind of lucky and just killed one pretty quick.
Yes.
Nope. Didn't even aggro.
Take care.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can buy new stash tabs. It's just I have bought several and I'm just filling them up. I should probably do like an audit. I'm like, come on, do another breath already. Not right there. Okay. Ooh, that was so close. That damn staff again. Beer. Oh yeah. I think it's just a health potion that just drops as beer. I don't know if it actually does anything special when you pick it up. He does. I don't know if it requires empowered for it to do it or not. You can't break down legendaries or uniques. She was T-posing for a second. I thought it was T-posing and not a motion. Here, let me look it up real quick. Because lastepochtools.com, because there's a Monolith of Fate, Reign of the Dragons. He has a relic. It's a rare drop called Twisted Heart of Eukaryotes. That's increased health, 10 to 16% of current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. Same thing, but for elemental spells. So if you cast necrotic or elemental spells, you get ward. Your health converts to ward. He has +1 necrotic spell skills, +1 to elemental spell skills, increased strength, and increased casting speed. So basically, I want that for my I want that for my sorcerer, because he'll get ward when he casts the spells. I'm just gonna do dragons again. Excuse me. Oh, he has an off. No wait, what is it? I think he does have an offhand as well. Hang on. I'm gonna use the restroom, get water first. I don't remember what his offhand does though. I looked. I just had the page open, but those are his two common drops: are a staff and an offhand, and then he has a helmet and the relic. And I would really like the relic. I don't know if we have to be at 80 to have it drop, or close to 80, but there it is. So I'll be back in a sec. Let's start here. Harvested Titan. I really wish I could have Disintegrate on this character. It's just there isn't... I don't think there's a way I can work it in and have the lightning. Because you can... Well, maybe we could. Because it's like, it's half... By default, it's like a half lightning, half fire ability, right? So if I just don't make it a pure fire or pure lightning, I think it'll actually work. I will not be rocked like a hurricane this day. Nice. And we have some extra stuff over here. RX Boons. Not seeing anything interesting out of the items here. Oh, by the way, I did set things up, because I didn't know this was an option on Twitch.
Yes.
But I set things up. For, in case disconnects happen. Because it turns out Twitch has an option where if you... Hang on, I'm reading. Twitch has this option where if you set the option up, you get a 90-second buffer on a disconnect where the stream stays up and stays contiguous even though you're disconnected. Why am I going this way? I don't think... No, this should loop around. Oh. Ice giant looming in the screen. I didn't know Diablo 4 had leaked footage. I'm sure it's a very sad watch though. Yeah, the only problem with spamming orb like that is we have to recharge twice. Oh, you know, I'm sure actually that visually the game was very compelling because it's Blizzard. That's what they do. But yeah, I'm not optimistic for Diablo 4 because it's Blizzard. They pretty much have burned every single good grace I have.
Yes.
Do I have a... I do have those in this section, so they can go to Uniques 3. Hooray! Alright. Here's where things are gonna go bad today. I can already tell you. Oh, fuck, we can't equip it yet. Man. Okay, we'll just try this then without the bonus points. So... Okay. Am I back? Cool. That was a disconnect. And the thing that prevents the... Still have Lightning Blast equipped. The thing that prevents the stream from completely turning off, I think kicked in and worked great. I didn't grab, by the way... Oh, shit. I didn't grab the item I needed. There's a unique we need. Ow. Lightning crabs? Ouch. I already had the Bloody Nib for Shatter Strike. Oh, fuck. Oh no, the crabs! The slow-moving crabs! Ouch. Ouch. Okay, stop it! They have to be right next to him to deal the most damage, yeah. So, yeah, because we could convert the entire thing to lightning, but there's an item I want to use. That... Well, we need the 2 beams next, regardless of what we do. There's an item I want to use that is fire damage based for it. It's a big crab. Sad part is, I don't know if the item would actually be worth using. We'll do it, though.
Yes.
Not bad. The dark blues, all that means is it's for the mage, because you can set the loot filter up in this game, because there's a very elaborate loot filter system. You can set the loot filters up to do color coding that you want. So I'm using one I pulled off the internet, which recolors all mage gear and mage idols to this blue. So I think the one thing we're going to use is this. Ignifar's head. But we lose like so much crit and resistances. But resistances I think are actually more fine now. Here, let's do it. You know what? Let's run that amulet. Is there anything else I need to change? I don't think so. Ooh, a set item? We'll go for that. Yeah, and like when Cena was like, we need to get you a loot filter, it was like, I'm like, yeah, I kind of know, but I'm also kind of doing a loot filter already. Oh, yeah. I forgot we convert all fire auras to lightning auras. So, cool. Because that offhand gives us a fire aura. Doesn't feel that bad. You got the twin beam now. It'd be amazing if this is just the build now. We need to get to like a high defense boss. Ooh, our last point for teleport. Let's convert more of our health into ward when we use it. Our last point for focus. I guess we can go for armor while it's up. Last point for flame ward. Hmm. Let's go for more war generated. Yeah, get in my lightning aura, you. It is always fun when you... Oh, ow. It's always fun when you find little benefits like that. Where it's like, I didn't intend to actually have that going at all on this character, but we're doing it, apparently. Spellblades of the Fox. Yeah, and like, you can get insanely elaborate with your loot filters, by the way. I think Sino mentioned that he has one from the tools website that's like that. I mean, I guess we'll go for mana on kill. That'll help with mana retention. So we have 3 points left on this ability, by the way, because it gets the accelerated experience until 19 now. So where should I put those 3 last points? Because there are a couple options. Oh. I don't think we can fit that into the character, unfortunately. Lightning Blast proccing off of this. I just don't think we can fit it in. I would probably go with Unbridled Power. Get the shocks in there, because we deal bonus damage to shocked enemies with our orb. So if we use this as a shock generator on top of that... I could also see maybe going for Presidium here. Get ward per second, just so we can survive hits. Oh, that could be cheeky. Go for Glass Cannon. 3 points on that. We take a lot of damage if we get hit, though. You know, I think maybe... Oh, that is per second. I think that's the problem. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. We'll do the less damage. 1 point on that. And get the 2 points on Unbridled Power. I'll go for the 2 points on Unbridled Power first. Yeah, we are going to definitely stack this crit right now. I do really like this endgame farming method, by the way. It beats the hell out of Nephilim Rifts. Arguably one of the worst endgame farms ever. Ouch. Frickin' spires. I mean, that didn't feel bad. Because those do take a second to kill, normally. Ooh, I'll grab that. Should probably get my mana back before I fuck with something. Cool. Isadora's Tomb Binding. Necro stuff. Let's see how many. Isadora. We only have the belt. I'm like, I know that sounds a little familiar. Rare rings, reveal nodes. What's this one? Reverts completed echoes. Destroy the vessel memory in this echo to restore completed echoes on this web to the original states, allowing you to complete them again and claim their rewards a second time. Echoes containing vessels of memory, vessels of chaos are unaffected. Ooh. Okay, we definitely need to find one of those sword nodes now. Get jumped on by raptors. Typically, one static orb kills these Magmagorn things. Is that a Star Trek reference they threw in this game? The Gorn? I don't know why I found that so funny. Ow, that wasn't as funny. I'm not gonna lie, that felt pretty good. Okay, we have our oh, this is our final point for orb. Guess we'll go crit multiplier. Just stack a little damblage on top of that. Beam. We'll go for unbridled power. Hoo-yah! I didn't get it. We have like one long hair just sticking out. Hang on. There we go. Yep. It's easier just to pop it right out of my face than deal with it. Nope. Meta is boring is an opinion. I agree. I agree, random person in global chat. Meta is boring. Fireball alligator is a neat monster. Uh-oh. Woo, ooh, hey now. You're an all-star. That's going to the battle mage. I don't even remember his
Human. Die, human. Die, human. Judge me well.
I'll just sit there warding and let you kill yourself on my ward. Oh, we definitely have to clear this out first. Nice.
Yes?
Oh, you know what? I think we can afford a tab. Barely. I mean, really, I should have just renamed that tab Exalted and then moved the rares over. That would have been smart. But, you know... No, you know what we'll do? Just... I know. Rares... Do rare 2... Rare 1. Because that's honestly all they are. Is just... They're non-normal items. There's a unique node. So I haven't seen one of those vaunted sword nodes yet for unique swords. Just saying. Oh man, this might be my main build now. I love a game that gives you, like, tools, and then you can... How? Archers! And then you can, like, just build with those tools, and they kind of work. Like, who knows if this will be working in, like, a... couple weeks or whatever. Yeah. It's probably woefully inefficient, too. Do I care about that? I would really like this indicator to tell me where the enemy is. More accurately, please. The funny thing is, we're not even like... Yeah, this should take me to him. Hey, that's a shrine down there. Funny thing is, we're not even like done with this guy's deeps. Because he has a whole passive node that's like crit for that, like doubles on lightning skills, and like disintegrate in this game is a lightning skill. And we have a bit of an experience shrine left. Cool. Excuse me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Rare enemies regenerate health. All modifiers last for 3 echoes. Fun. You know what I might do? I might actually throw this on YouTube now. How's this map shaped? Does it go around? Okay, let's go. Let's go this way, because I seem to remember like having an upper section. It's very satisfying to just orb and just watch everything get yanked together and die. Yeah. I think this is the right way. Boo boo doo boo boo. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Good stuff. Helmet. Oh, that helmet. That's a fun one. Artor's legacy. The great wolf Artor ran with Heorot in times long forgotten. It's an Artorias reference. Yeah, it's a druid helmet. It gives you +1 companions and then chill stuff. Melee attack speed. So it's for primalists. Only they can equip it. But it's a Dark Souls reference. I think I just got. Can we? Ooh. Let me take a little sec here to do some crafting. So we got, yeah, just +1 level to disintegrate. We can put whatever we want on this. Let's go spell crit. Add that. We just have to kind of get lucky with reses. Void and physical. Void and physical. Oh, we could go all res while channeling. Because what do I need for void and physical? Oh, holy shit. So we could go void and all res while channeling. It's just that one item. And obviously I can't show what it looks like. All right, all res while channeling. And void res. Ooh, we kind of need to get lucky on the forging potential. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let's do. I just realized it's a cold damage item, unfortunately, at the top. It's a ratting elemental crit multiplier. I mean, that's not perfect. But yeah, 70k, 75k, 2666. Oh, we do lose a little damage on that side. Because of the lightning damage being lost. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, because I was working on that one, and then the forging on it just went to shit, which is why I didn't continue using it. I totally forgot I had that giant boost of damage while channeling. We'll try that out. Yeah, the thing about this one is it is +1 to disintegrate, which means we would get an entire node on it, and we do have that obscene amount of spell crit chance. You know what? Actually, let's go for the obscene amount of spell crit chance instead of damage while channeling. Because damage while channeling, whenever I used it before, it never felt good. Right? It always felt kind of meh. Oh, and speaking of damage, we'll just go Searing Plasma. So we have one more point available for Disintegrate now. It's down here. Rerolls rewards. I think we'll go for that. See what happens. Set for Werebear transformation. I have 2 pieces of it. Hiya! Oh, my buttocks. I think he just killed himself hitting me. Ow. The thing had like 3 HP left, so I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna walk up to it with my aura and kill it. Aura. Yeah, my fire aura that turns into a lightning aura. I might actually have that, Clapper. You know, the thing is, I definitely feel like the... That feels like a primalist weapon. I actually think, I kind of feel like I can feel the multiplier is missing. We'll go another round. It may just be me seeing things. feeling things that aren't actually there, I should say. Nice. Destroy the vessel of chaos. Excuse me, Thunder Elemental. I'm gonna need to, owie, stand next to you for a sec. Oh my god, why isn't this one dead? That's like the only problem I think I have with this so far, is we can burn our mana real quick. I mean, we do have focus, so it kind of does, like, make up for itself. Oh, this is a mess. Well, we're in a corner now. I just can't get to it. The things it's summoning are like, it's those like crystal elementals that keep getting in here. There we go. Not quite. The very preemptive. There we go. There we go. That was scary. Fun. Scary. But we handled ourselves well, I think. Where's our center? Right here. All right. Let's see if we got anything good on these incomplete nodes. Exalted shields. I mean, it's something at least. Oh! Set item. I'll go for that next, definitely. The Exalted Shields I'll probably go for at some point, provided I remember they're there. Right. He tried to run and I won't let him. Ow! Oh, there goes that unique item. Okay, I guess we'll try again. Oh, okay. No, we'll do this again, because it's like, we might as well go for the... Because I forgot the unique item's on the next node. Yeah, who'd have thought a leap attack would hurt? Can I go back to the previous enemy types, please? I don't like it. Nope. Fucking come on. Those damn Covenant things are over there. And then it's light mages. The worst enemy combo ever. Oh, it's Blood Spires now, too. That's better. Alrighty, Yukari. Everyone group up. Just very slowly draw the beam across the enemies. That is such a not what I want on that weapon. I'm keeping it, though, because we could legendary a sword off of it. Okay. Don't die, James. This is the one where we can't die, because this is where we get the item at the end. Yeah, it should only be the one Blood Spire.
I cannot do that.
Don't get caught on the crab. Awesome. Just realize how swirly the beam gets. Set shield. Sinathia's Resurrection. I have the other set piece for that. The game is definitely saying, James, go play Acolyte next. Sinathia's Dying Breath. All res for minions. Adaptive damage for curse spells. All res for you. Increased block effectiveness. Then you got the shield. Increased curse spell cast speed. Increased chance one of your skeletons dies to resummon a new one after 3 seconds. Minion crit avoidance. Increased minion health. And then percent block chance. And then the 2 set. +2 to curses and minions. AKA +2 to all your abilities. Oh, we can do our quests now, too. Gotta remember, we have a reveal node we can go do at some point if we need to. Boop 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 doop boop doop boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop boop doop boop doop. Yeah. I channel better, Mr. Bat. Oh, my hubris.
Fools.
Cool. That stopping was me just like kind of stopping to marvel at my own destruction there. What are you doing back there? Patient indeed. He was just hanging out back there. Yerp. That could be turned into an upgrade for what he's wearing right now.
What brings you here?
No. Because that's just straight up a better chest piece. But, like, the whole thing is I'm looking for a chest piece for this guy that has the extra ward charge. So he can, do 3, basically. I'd love to have it on a purple. Because the only purple that's kind of close for him would be that one. With the leech. But the problem is it doesn't have that bonus charge. And I value the bonus charge way more. I also don't think Dex, like, literally does anything for this guy. Because Dex could theoretically... Dex could theoretically be good. But nah. Oh, here we go. We got dragons that channel lightning, and I channel lightning. Oh, they slow. Yeah. I love how that super helpful health potion drop is over there. It's like in the eggs where I can't get to it. Oh, right. I need mana. I need mana to use my abilities. Fuck off. Damn it. I think, did we just kill the one that killed us? Oh, no, we're good. I just like, oh no, we had to redo. Oh no, we're good. My hubris got me killed there, I think. I don't have health potions. Like, excuse me, pick a direction to do your beam in, and I will do my beam in a different direction. Oh, I thought this was all one item. Conduit's Ruin Hammer, Wand of Conflict, Greaves of the Turtle. That looks like one item, and I'm like, I wouldn't put it past the game to have that at some point. I couldn't get to those potions. I have to fight Death Dragon now without potions, effectively. Unless he drops some. Unfortunately, it's just not as good as what I'm burning now. Not by a long shot. Alright. Let's see how we do. Excuse me. The little dude's just moving him over. That was great. Uh-oh. No, we're good. Getting that haste out of there worked pretty well. Ow! Frickin' me getting pushed around by the... Oh, right, there's like blood on the ground, isn't there? I'm probably just walking through it. Full disregard. Ow. Ow! Nice. I'd like to maybe keep the all res. I mean, we can just replace it because it's the same buff. Plus this coral ring. The staff again. I don't want the staff, you big dumb dragon. I want the relic that gives me ward on elemental. Can't complain. Found our sorcerer build. I would say the one issue with the build itself is boss kill speed feels a little low. Yeah, so I'm actually gonna... I think I'm gonna try to kick this part to YouTube, the post integrating Disintegrate into this setup, and I'm gonna talk about it for a little bit here. But I'm gonna get a swig of water. Okay, so my solution for Disintegrate. It's a little unconventional, I will say. Because the standard way that I think is the most efficient way to run Disintegrate is to grab up Infernal Ray, and then you combine it with Ignifar's Head and the Gambler's Fallacy. This gives you like that consistent big crit that this ability and this item sort of merge together on with that. But I don't necessarily think that's necessary. That's a sentence that's correct. But that's still like an option, right? So you can run and do Ignifar's Head, Gambler's Fallacy, Infernal Ray. If you just want to run Disintegrate as your main DPS thing and you don't care about adding other things in, that's fine. I, as pretty much everyone should know at this point, don't like doing the whole one attack skill build because I just think it's a little boring. I prefer having a little more piano going on and a little more in the like options and versatility type of thing. So, you know, I'm not going to go strictly the safe route for a Disintegrate setup. So in this case, we have Disintegrate. And I jumped over immediately to Feedback, and then into Escalation, Amplification, and Intensify. So we get the Strong Beam much more quickly. Then I went and grabbed Galvanized Defense up to Stored Power, Searing Plasma, Twin Beam, and Subvention. I rounded this whole thing out with 2 points on Unbridled Power. I have a +1 on my Disintegrate, so we have one more level. And I'm probably just going to stack the damage on Searing Plasma. But I could also go for the less damage taken node there, or even grab up the ward per second. But because that's per second, that's only 5 ward a second, and that's not exactly a lot of ward. So yeah, I'm gonna go for the Searing Plasma, I think. I did not convert this all to lightning, because even though this is a lightning-centric build, I still wanted Ignifar's Head's fire damage to apply to the beam's damage, so I left it split, fire and lightning. Is it an option to jump over to just pure lightning with this particular setup? Of course. But for now, I'm going to leave it as the lightning fire beam. The other attack skill I'm running is Static Orb. And if you followed the playthrough and then the post-playthrough Sorcerer and Spellblade thing that I has hopefully actually uploaded to YouTube, you'll know that Static Orb was sort of my alternate main on the Sorcerer side, and I really like it. It feels amazing, and it helps that I have a +3 helmet. So There it is. There's the charged ground A. Maybe I'll try that. Anyway, but I'm running a pretty standard static orb setup. I think this is a rote standard setup for the ability, where we go down to Forking Surge, and then Open Circuit, and then up to Scatter Blast. So we have the main orb, and then like the small orbs that, you know, shoot out and hit that target. We jump over to Volatile Outburst, down to Static Armor, over to Critical Trajectory, Overwhelming Barrage, and then Storm Conductor. So as we use the ability, we'll shock enemies, and then we turn around and deal more damage to shocked enemies. So we have kind of a big, hard-hitting nuke in this ability, and I really like it. I actually think maybe Lightning Aegis. I'll drop this down and put the point in Critical Trajectory. There's so many little things I could do with all of these abilities, where it's like, well, you can take this down a little, up this a little. Like, we can go for the increased explosion damage on stuns, because I have, extra stun in the setup. And like I said, I also looked up and I was like, wait, static ground? That could be interesting to do, where we static ground an area and then shoot a laser into it. But I think this works just fine. I don't want to use it as like a setup and then shoot. I want to use this as like a nuke. There's a group of enemies. I don't feel like stopping and channeling. I'm going to just shookunk a static orb into the stack to deal the damage. Now, the 3 support abilities we are running, we have Teleport, and it's a fairly standard teleport setup. Run over and grab Rock Phase so we get the stun immunity, get the cooldown to sort of counteract the cooldown from Mana Tunnel. Mana Tunnel, I don't think it actually affects Disintegrate. Maybe it does, and I just never noticed. Nope. It should affect... Yeah, it'll affect static... The static orb, but not the Disintegrate. Sad face. Welcome back, Yukari. But mostly it's to get the stun immunity so I can hop around and stuff. But yeah, barring that, we could go back to the mirror images. Could get the elemental increase. And then I went for the ward to give my defenses a boost when we teleport around. But yeah, it's a standard support teleport setup. For focus, I went full null infusion, so we get the max return on our focus when we enter negative, which happens occasionally, but it doesn't happen that much. Still, though, good to get the quick recovery on that if that ever does happen. So yeah, I went to that when your mana is very low, recover it very quick. I also went the ward route up here instead of going for the armor and resistances, because I figure, and haste, of course, I figure if we're focusing up, right, and we're actually not going to gain any ward off of that, really. If we're focusing up, like, we want to... If we're doing a focus up, right, we get a couple hundred ward, and we get the haste, so we move fast. That way, while we're warding up, while we're focusing up, we have the ward, which helps resist damage, like the armor does on this. But the ward also is retained a little bit after, so we actually have sort of the ward and then the protection still while we can move around after our channel. So basically, for the time-ish that we have the haste, we'll have bonus ward. I don't know if that's the right option here. I don't know if that's a better option here, I should say, because there is no wrong option I have found except for laser focus. there isn't really a wrong option for a lot of these abilities, and there's a lot of personal preference there. And my personal preference is to go for ward over the defense while using the ability, because we have Flame Ward. Flame Ward, we can just pop Flame Ward and focus, and we're protected while we get our MP back. And it's a standard Flame Ward layout. Go over, grab the extra ward, get the percent of missing health is granted as ward, percent ward. Really, that's just the 2 points to get the extra charge, because having extra charge of this ability is awesome. And then, yeah, we get the reduced damage while our barrier is up, reduce elemental damage taken, increase the duration and efficiency. Really, that's also a requirement to get infusion, which is also just a requirement to get lightning ward. So our fire aura from... Well, one, our fire auras are just universally converted over to lightning. And that's kind of... Like, we don't even have the point on fire aura here. Because if we start channeling, we get an aura, thanks to Ignifar's head. And it's a lightning aura, because of our universal conversion of auras. So if we have a fire aura off of anything, it gets converted into a lightning aura thanks to our offhand. So we don't even need that point there, really. But, you know, if I wanted to pick it up so we have the guaranteed fire aura, I would maybe just pluck a point out of Dilation or Stalwart Defense and shift it over. I don't feel I need to do that, honestly, because chances are also good we're going to be channeling while Flame Ward's up. So those are the abilities. I have also given thought to going back to Pure Fire with Disintegrate and doing a weird one instead of Static Orb. Jumping to Black Hole, hitting up Catalyst, and then grabbing Red Giant, and then Scorching for fire penetration, Infusion for ward per second while those are up, and then the fire damage node. But I was also thinking, on top of that, going up to Rifts, going through Time Dilation to Rifts, and having a low cooldown, lower damage, lower mana cost Black Hole, so we can spam them more. And the idea would be, instead of using it as a pull, we throw those out as kind of like pseudo turrets in a way, and then we're laser beaming enemies. I mean, alternatively, we could just use it as a pull, but yeah, the idea of kind of a black hole that is also that is not a standard way of using it is interesting to me. And like I said, I always like to have those extra skills in there that aren't just like the standard thing that you run with abilities. Like, I like the off-kilter stuff. And yeah, that's something maybe in the future we'll try. Now, I will note that I have switched to Disintegrate on the Sorcerer again. We could always jump back to Lightning Blast, which is what I was running before, because the Rune Master, with the way it's described, with walls and golems, might be the Disintegrate go-to, because it puts stuff between you and the enemies that can maybe draw aggro off of you, so you have a better ability to channel. It's just something to think about in the future when the Rune Master eventually shows up. So my passives for now, in the Mage section, we grab Elementalist to full, Mage Flurry to full. That is kind of a holdout. If I were really going to dedicate to Disintegrate, we could just drop that, because cast speed, right? And of course, Knowledge of Destruction. I have some extra points in Scholar and 1 point in Arcanist. I am planning on leveling up both of these, at least doing a couple extra points in Arcanist. The reason I went for Scholar is I wanted to hit 200 mana for what we picked up in Sorcerer. Likewise, I have some points in Wisdom for the same reason. But yeah, Calculated Destruction right out of the gate, of course. A point on Lost Knowledge, kind of a reminder point for me that I kind of want to level it up maybe. And yeah, a couple points on Brainstorm and Wisdom. Maxed out Mana Shell. Again, more mana. This build is primarily lightning, because of Static Orb being primarily lightning, and the beam being the 50-50 split it is. It's mostly a lightning damage oriented build. So I have the capped out Careeromancer and Riftbolt. Or is it Cerunomancer? I don't know what the pronunciation on the C is. Lightning Mancer. For the lightning penetration and leech and, the damage and shock chance. I am also picking up Crackling Precision and still working on it. And then I'm going to grab Arcane Obliteration. Crackling Precision doubles that point value of increased critical strike chance for lightning skills, which is our main thing. And then we get the critical multiplier on top of it. But I ran and grabbed some more utilitarian things for Arcane Insight, for that 25% chance on hit of gaining the Insight. And then we have the Intelligence to ward gain whenever we use a potion. And then I grabbed up the Universal Cooldown ability, and then the Adaptive Spell Damage Archmage ability. Value tripled if you have 200 maximum mana. 206. I am planning in the long run too to go for 300 mana because of the idols and the crit ability that mages have access to that doubles that crit when you have the 300 plus mana. So yeah, finishing the points off, because our character is 77, so we have 23 points left, correct? First stop is Arcane Obliteration to finish it off. Second stop is Arcane Insight to finish it off. Third, there are a couple places I could see going after that. I don't know about going for the Spark Nova. Around the target. See, it says when you critically strike an enemy from at least 4 meters away, you have a chance to cast Spark Nova, a spell that deals lightning damage to nearby enemies. Now, is that... I might have to put a point on this just to see what it is. Because is that a Spark Nova on nearby enemies where the crit happens? Or is that Spark Nova on nearby enemies near you? I might have to look that up. If it's near enemies, that's definitely going to be an auto pick. If it's near me, maybe. Yeah, there's tons of damage nodes we could go for. The Spellslinger node for more flat adaptive spell damage. The Afterglow node. So it's like whenever we use a skill that costs 40 mana, we get increased spell damage for 4 seconds. Oh, hey. Oh, no, that doesn't. Never mind. Does it not? No, it's 35. Never mind. We won't go for that. It feels like it's way more sometimes. But yeah, going for Lost Knowledge, Wisdom, Brainstorm, Scholar, Arcanist, and over in the Spellblade tree, Elemental Affinity. All of those are options for our final 20-ish points. After we finish off, of course, the 2 lightning nodes, Arcane Insight. Although Arcane Insight, I might just leave at the 5 to get the requirement to Elixir of Knowledge. And yeah, maybe the 5 on Distant Spark. All in all, character feels pretty good. Oh yeah, items. We have to talk about items. So the character's itemization is obviously not done. We've had the game for like a week. And, no, I think it's been 2 weeks, hasn't it? I don't remember. It's a blur. We've had the game for an undetermined amount of time. That is a blur. So itemization is not complete. There are still uniques I want to grab. There are still exalted versions of these I want to grab. Over time, we'll eventually get, the perfect gear, or at least as close to perfect as we can get. So for now, what I'm running, I have a mage's sealed copper circlet of deflection with +3 to static orb. I sealed off the cooldown recovery speed, and not thinking, I was like, I'll just level the intelligence. I have some forging potential for that. And it used all of the forging. It was like 10 forging potential left, and it just used all of it to give 1 int, and I was like, oh, that's sad. Really, I should have held off until I could get something like a +1 to, well, one of my other skills on the helmet. But, I mean, ultimately, I'm completely fine with what this helmet is. It gives me everything I want in all the right places for using Static Orb. Our wand was a drop as well, the Witch's Coral Wand of Static. It dropped with that crazy high shock chance. And, yeah, I obviously put in the spell crit chance, the lightning damage, and the stun chance. I would probably say something with adaptive damage might be a little better. I think we have this thing set aside. That's an adaptive damage wand. I don't remember if I had an adaptive damage wand that was exalted. I don't think so. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. I don't think we don't have anything exalted, so I'm not gonna do that. So it's good enough for now, honestly. Our chest piece, I have a very specific thing I want on every chest piece for this character, not necessarily the Spellblade, where I want the ward gained when you cast Flame Ward, and that is coupled with the +1 charge to Flame Ward, because we get 3 entire charges for that, which is great. That is such a handy ability to have that it borderline means we have Flame Ward up all the time. Which is handy if we have to sit and channel. It's handy if we have to do a focus. It's handy just for avoiding damage. And yeah, I have a candidate in the form of these Arcanist robes that I will probably swap out the Opulent Coat of Purity for. Just because it's a slightly bit more ward, obviously the higher armor and mana. I just haven't gotten to doing the forge on it yet. Oh, and by the way, the chest piece here, though, has not been touched forge-wise. This is going to require a little bit of luck to get where I'd like it. Belt is just a standard belt. I think it's an old belt that this character had a while ago that I just haven't swapped out because it's a belt. Rings, we have an ivory ring for the necrotic resistance, and then I'm using that as a resistance ring with some crit and lightning damage. And then we have an ivory ring that has a very high endurance threshold boost. Yeah, we also have the necrotic and elemental resistances on there with lightning and mana regeneration to make that perfect chef's kiss. I would want the exalted thing to not be on endurance, but you know what? That's totally fine getting rid of the pittance damages in some high degree. So not gonna complain. Our gloves, they are Solarium bracers, so we get the crit chance, and then it's just some stuff on them. I forged them out with, I think it was casting speed and the void res, and then the forging potential went away. Our greaves are Solarium greaves. We have the 26 movement speed on there. They got the health on there, void res. Standard. Our relic has +1 disintegrate, increased spell crit strike chance, 5 all res while channeling, and the void res. The problem is it is a cold based relic, and I don't have anything that has those specific stats on it. That also has, I thought I had another one. Yeah, we have a +2 to disintegrate one with that pittance of increased damage while channeling and necrotic res, but I would rather have the crit strike chance because we're not strictly channeling all the time. Yeah, I have like this thing here. Oh no, that's a what was I actually running before? No, I was running this thing before I did disintegrate, and I might go back to it. The cast speed doesn't help the disintegrate, but having the crit strike multiplier helps both things out. So yeah, I think maybe on the relic slot, we're gonna want something that gives a plus to disintegrate to keep that 1 point in there. Or there is a unique that I want to get for that relic slot, which we just did, that bone dragon. That's the entire reason I'm sticking in that that section for now. Well, no, I also want to get a Battle Mage's Endeavor two-hand sword, which is also gotten from farming that area a bit. And yeah, I want to get the rare drop off the bone dragon. It has % elemental damage gained as ward. That way we can gain ward as we like sit in channel or as we throw static orbs out. And if that's terrible, then nothing's lost because we have that item then as just an option. So yeah, relic, I actually would say it's a pretty open slot too. Kind of looking for things. And then we have our amulet, which has increased damage while channeling with the crit strike chance. Sealed away the armor shred so we can get physical res and elemental res in there. Increased damage over time is the exalted stat. Obviously, we'd want that to be the channeling or different damages. And as I said before, there are maybe a couple options I could go with that I have set aside. Possibly something like that, the necrotic and physical res. Wait, did I have a... Oh, yeah, I think I might have... We have a freeze multiplier one, which isn't as handy. But I don't think I have any other exalted ones. No. Oh. Crit strike avoidance is nice. Should consider that one. I'm sure there's a wand in here that's perfect for what I wanted to do too with this. But it's not exalted. Yeah, anyways, last thing in my gear is Ignifar's Head. So, Ignifar's Head. The big line on this is the disintegrate deals more damage equal to your crit chance. So, our crit chance determines the 57%. So our crit chance is a damage modifier for the laser beam with that offhand. And we need to make it a legendary, of course. I think that's what I'll do next. But that's why like Gambler's Fallacy works with that so well. Is you basically deal more damage equal to your crit chance. Well, when you get the free crit off Gambler's Fallacy, that applies to that crit chance bonus. So there you go. That's why you want to run Gambler's Fallacy with that as the standard thing if you're not doing weird stuff like I'm doing. And I think that's pretty much that, I think, for describing what I'm doing with Disintegrate and my solution for it. Next little bit, I might run that dungeon to try to get the legendary crafting system out. I gotta remember to do that on someone. Might as well do it on this guy. I don't know if that's gonna be I'm gonna try, and hopefully this thing that's put on YouTube is me swapping this character, swapping Disintegrate in, and the progression up to me describing the build, and I finish on describing the build. Maybe I'll cut this part out too and make it its own little section. And then, they can exist together. But yeah. I have to look up which dungeon that is. Last Epoch Legendary. Potential. Legendary items. The Tomorrow Sanctum Dungeon. Last Epoch. Temporal Sanctum. Temporal Sanctum. It says Temporal Sanctum. This is level 50. It's found in Maj Elka. Accessible from Ruined Coast after... Okay, so... I think I remember where that is. Because you specifically do that in the game, right? Let's grab a Temporal Sanctum key. Ruined Shore. Ruined Coast. Oh, yeah, there it is. I remember. Vaguely. I haven't actually run the dungeons yet. Oh, there's a stash right here. Presumably to get your key. Enter Sanctum. Dying or leaving through a portal. Fails the attempt. Level 55. At Tier 2, the Eternity Cache will accept unique items with level 65 or below. 75 below. Okay. So, let's go.
Intruders? A waste of time.
You're a waste of time. Temporal Shift. Ability gained while inside Area Sanctum. Interesting. You sure perished. Yeah, they're level 50, so this is gonna be like kind of beating up little kids. I say that right before I die, of course, because we're gonna die if we aren't careful, because that's how sorcerers roll. It's a neat idea that you have a temporal shift ability where it turns the walls on and off as needed.
I've finally done it. No more will my research be mocked and labeled useless by the Diamond Matrons and the Sapphire Brethren in the Temple. I've finally done it. No more will my research be mocked and labeled useless by the Diamond Matrons and the Sapphire Brethren in the Temple. The Eternity Cache.
Hey, you guys, check this out. Hey, you didn't check it out good enough. There we go. Yeah, it's a cool idea for a dungeon. Owie. Oh. Ha ha ha. On fire. Slightly more exalted rings. Increase enemy health and damage. Alrighty.
What's this?
What's this?
They manipulating time. Could it be?
You dare against us? Not fair. Fighting is foolish.
Will our Caped Crusaders make it through the Joker's jolly japes? Whoop. Oh god, they're slow. Don't like that as much. Oh, look at her go! Look at her dance! Oh, God! She tried to get out of the screen and get to me. I was making fun of the way she was dancing.
Cowardly peasant. Save me.
Mr. Gunnarsson. I'd say I'm winning pretty okay here. Whack. Whack. That's a name I recognize, actually. I'm like way, way back.
Destroy them.
The epoch. Finally, I will have its power.
Yep, I have enjoyed this game thus far. Oh, hey. That looks... Ow.
The future cannot be denied.
Ow. Ow. Okay. No, wait. There we go. Nope. Okay, that's a lightning pillar. Good to know. Hmm. Oh. Mine is way better. Well, because it's okay. It's not as much fire damage, but we have the increased chance to ignite, which is probably better, and more int on mine, more spell crit chance on mine. Mine actually lists legendary potential as well. Uniques. Away with you.
More rats come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum.
That's actually not a wrong description. A shocking number of the bosses have those raid mechanics in them.
Lowly peasant. Fighting me is not pathetic. Destroy them.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, the door is open over here.
Lowly peasant. Fighting me is why? You dare to stand
Ooh, I like exalted weapons. I need some of those. Oh, I wonder if I should have grabbed an exalted offhand.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to command time here. Unless...
This game does actually remind me a lot of Diablo 3 more than like Grim Dawn or PoE.
Submit!
Still hate these snakes, by the way. I'm like kind of going through a little PTSD when we had to go through it in like the first run through, where they just kept talking and talking and talking and talking. Nope. I like that this time swap mechanic remembers where enemies are.
I cannot do that. Fighting me foolish. Submit.
Yeah, for for the uninitiated, this game's basically like the plot is basically Chrono Trigger.
Destroy them. Sans fighting me is
Yeah, oh. Like a big thing. Ow. A big thing with like Diablo 3 is I did use Disintegrate a lot. Like, especially before sets became like a big thing. And I even used it with the Phoenix set for a little bit there too. But like the double beams thing.
It all makes sense now. The epoch has finally come to me. The epoch, I will have it. The future cannot be denied.
Ow. Oh my god. Yeah, I decay from her. So electric and void. I mean, we're really good on void res. It's that lightning res that's getting us, I think. I don't think there's anything we can do about that right now, though. Yeah, I know there's gonna be a place you can stand in that arena where it's like you won't get hit by her whirly-do nonsense.
Who dares intrude upon my research? No matter. They cannot reach me.
See, you say that. Yet I have hubris on my side. Kind of looking to go fast through this now. I heard my character get hit. God damn it. Don't be dead from a door transition, please. Okay, we're good. What the?
Such power. There is only one explanation.
Oh, for the global chat thing, cat on the keyboard.
Fighting me, foolish.
Well, that's good. Should probably add a for now, by the way.
I will have it.
Okay, where do we stand to avoid this? We don't. Come on. Oh my god. This might be the first time I've ever actually been annoyed by this game. Yeah, so her first move is she does like that big explosion, and I think it's supposed to have you pop like a defensive cooldown against it.
More rats come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum.
Oh shit.
You dare to stand
Nope.
fighting me.
I cannot do that.
Save me.
to command time here.
Lowly peasants.
Yeah, the swap time also has a very satisfying sound effect.
Lowly peasant.
You carry the epoch then?
Wait, do we...
Like you has no use for it. The epoch, I will have it.
Do we do like... That's how you avoid the damn beam.
Escape is impossible.
Okay, I see what we can do now.
Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible.
Okay, so we can take out the pillars in this era.
Escape is impossible. Fool. Escape is impossible.
I cannot do that.
The future cannot be denied. Still so much to learn.
Okay, that was pretty cheeky. Oh, so yeah, we got to go back here. Ah. So I believe what we do here is we take like this because it has legendary potential, and that. That's a freaking. Oh, we need 4 affixes on it. Okay, so. What do I have a lot of? Minion damage. Okay, because this is in the past, right? Hop to the future. It processes the item for us. That's actually on brand for our build too. Shock chance. Because we now have 73% shock chance in total. Oh, chance to shock attackers is 146, which is what that is. Oh. Oh, if anyone hits us, they get shocked. Each stack of shock reduces lightning res by 5%. Increases chance to be stunned by 10% for 4 seconds. Has 60% less effect against bosses and players. An enemy can have up to 20 stacks of shock at once. Chance above 100% gives a chance to apply multiple stacks on hit. It's legendary now, Yukari. So the difference is, yeah, because we had that other one, I can show this too. So the difference is uniques are that brownish orange. If an item has legendary potential, that means we can turn it into a legendary. Oranges aren't technically legendaries in the game. And what legendary is it has that extra line in there. And I believe it's 1 to 4 is legendary potential. I wonder if we can re-roll that too. Do we have any other catalysts? I want to keep that necrotic one. I just want to see if this actually have 4 lines, so we can go Oh, no, we had to wait. Okay, we'd have to go through it again to do it again. Okay. Good to know. So what do we get? Marauder Sickle, damage over time for minions. Okay. Melee attack and necrotic damage. Dodge rating. Chance to ignite with fire skills. That's going in the mage pile. Necrotic and physical. Both elemental res, that's going in there. Physical and lightning with minion stuff, that's going to go in there. Health, vitality, strength. Yeah. Those aren't worth it for us. That's kind of an okay mage thing if we're doing fire skills. And we got this legendary Jolra's Star Dial. 30% of mana spent gained as ward. 52% increased spell damage. When you use a movement or time travel skill, all stats on this item are tripled for 4 seconds. Interesting. So if we teleport, we get a huge amount of mana spent gains as ward, alongside a huge spell damage boost. Stick that in our mage stuff. I wonder if we can re-roll that legendary potential too. That'd be sweet. I don't mind it. It's on brand for us to have enemies get shocked when they hit our butt. So it oh, cool! It spits us out right by a warp point. Not that that actually matters that much. Hi. I wonder if it does something for the Ruined Era as well. Hey, that's a very productive night, though. Getting an Ignifar to Legendary.
Take care.
Yeah, and I believe it has to say Legendary Potential on it for you to be able to do that. So yeah, say this Tome of Elements, if we were to do that dungeon again and beat her, we could stick this Tome of Elements in that machine with an exalted relic. And then we would get a legendary version of this. And it gets an extra stat line, essentially. I wonder if we can actually... Legendary potential? Ah! So we have a Bone Clamor we can do it with, an Eye of Erexia, the Jolra's Star Dial, one of our Stormbreakers, that Tome of Elements, We have some armor that does it. We have a Soulfire. Soulfire Relic we can do it with. The Fighting Chance Gloves. Frozen Eyes of Formosus. We could do it with that. An Erex Bones. One of our stabs we got off of the dragon. Oh, our Stormbreakers. Nightbringer. Quiver. Yeah, you can see that certain uniques don't have it. So I think it's a thing that gets rolled on uniques. But not every single one. So that's cool. But yeah, we got our Ignivar's head. It's a very clever boss too. I will admit the using the time warp in the boss arena to bounce that around is really neat. Oh yeah, this might give Yukari a little giggle. There is one pet you have available in the game. Hey. Little armadillo thing. These are all, I think, Kickstarter related. Figured I'd just share it. So yeah, actually what's interesting is enemies that hit us while we like, well, I do like this, right? Where like, if we're, you know, doing disintegrate stuff, enemies that hit us get shocked, but also, whoops. But also if we're doing like focusing and we've got like Flame Ward on, enemies are gonna get shocked when they hit us now too.
Gold won't save you.
Which is pretty neat. You, sir, do not have two-handed swords. Therefore, I hate you. You know, fine. There we go. Yeah.
Interested in another try?
No.
You feeling lucky?
There's a tiny human in there, huh? I don't think so. Kind of centipedes, long-tailed cat, fox thing. Fairy fox, anime fox, flying foxes, squid, dragon, turtles, armadillos. I actually can't wait for the cosmetic shop because, I mean, look at this drab-ass old man. I think I said he looks like an anorexic Tywin Lannister. Yeah, but also now that I know that there is a... Now that I know there is a stash down there, we don't actually need to grab that Exalted offhand. But I will have to keep an eye out for catalysts. In fact, let me... I think under Sorkcraft, we'll set that catalyst aside for that very specific reason. That one I want to keep. Oh man, I just realized how hungry I am. It's probably a good time to stop then. I actually want to keep both of those as well. But I also want to keep going. You know what? No. I have to, like, do that thing that happens on, like, cooking shows where the timer goes out and they step aside and put their hands up for to eat dinner. No, I ate dinner. I actually haven't had, like, a snack today. Tonight, I haven't had my snack time. I say as an adult, using the words snack time. Yeah, anyways, for this guy, I'm going to probably just play him all day tomorrow, because I think I found my build. Using Disintegrate with Orb. Hey, throw the Orb. Here we go. It actually feels like a really solid setup. I enjoy it. Is that the dog that's been barking this whole time? Has to be. Shush. Yeah, I actually really enjoy this setup. Like, I do really like the Spellblade. And it being a warrior mage means, like, it's always going to have a build for me to play. But I'm actually happy with what I came up with here. Took a little game knowledge to figure out, but I think we got it. So, yeah. There are other little things I might try. I could try Meteor and swap to Fire. I don't think Volcanic Orb is really worth it.
I cannot do that.
Yeah. Meteor could be cool.
I cannot do that.
I think Loris said when multiplayer comes out.
Cannot do that.
When multiplayer comes out, there's gonna be a setting where you'd have multiplayer characters. So it might mean remaking everything. Which I'm actually fine with, because now that I know what I'm doing, it's like I can just pound through the game in like a session or two. And like get to this part and then start farming. Because a lot of what your character's strength is, your gear counts for a lot, as you would expect in a game like this. But the biggest strength is getting your skills leveled up. Because it expands your skills out and gives them new things that power them up. So like, Disintegrate getting Twin Beam and having the Escalation Amplification Focus Shot helps a lot. Static Orb gets a lot of strength out of its Scatter Blast thing. There's like 4 orbs that launch with it. So a lot of what your strength as a character come from your skills and your passives. Your passives actually do a lot too. It's actually kind of refreshing to have a game that plays like Diablo 3 and have your stats actually matter, not just your gear, because your gear does help a lot. Like this wand we have, this offhand that kind of enables Disintegrate. Like those do help, but it's one of those things where aside from one or two enabling items, you actually get a lot out of your character just by having appropriate leveled gear. Now, I don't... Like, Laura said that, but I didn't check it. So maybe when launch happens, it's like... Or maybe when multiplayer happens, the characters that exist now will pop over, but I don't know. Maybe not. But I'm fine regardless. I had fun getting both these characters up to where they are, and it doesn't actually take that long to get to like level 50. 50 is like your big capstone, because that's when you get your fifth skill gets its specialization, and that's kind of when you like start to get in that mode of just upgrading what you got. But yeah, I will definitely not mind doing all of this again. Would I want to keep my dudes? Yeah. But I won't throw a fit if... I won't throw a fit if I have to rebuild things. That's actually another reason why I'm not like chomping at the bit to play every single class and make a bajillion characters, because I'm kind of like a little keeping a future proofing with having a couple to play, and then having like a couple to play, and then like saving a lot for later patches as a just in case measure. But yeah, that's gonna be a nice stream. We had one disconnect in 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. 795 dropped frames, 0.1% of the stream. It was about 30 seconds max. So I would actually say that was a very stable stream, and that Twitch holds on a second while you reconnect was actually very helpful for that too. So yeah. Feel a hell of a lot better about this stream than I did last night's. Last night's I got off and I was pissed. I think even last night when I turned the stream off, I said, all right, see you guys next time, and hit off right after that. I didn't even do the outro slate. Because, real talk, like, the stream last night, I don't have them out right now, but Sorcerer and Spellblade, the 3 parts are still up, but it goes 2 hours, then 18 minutes, 47 minutes, 26 minutes, 38 minutes, 6 minutes, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And that's the that was last night's stream. Tonight's stream just has 2 sections, but it's still all going to be one VOD, which feels nice. And yeah, I'll try to pull that section with the disintegrate and a little disintegrate guide I did. Maybe even include the dungeon. But yeah, I didn't write the time down. I'll have to find it. It's like the 3-hour mark-ish. But yeah, that's going to be a night stream. So, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow night, and we're going to do this game again. I was initially planning on playing the Acolyte, but is this... Oh, no, that is his belt buckle. I was like, is his belt buckle clipping into his pelvis? No, it's the belt buckle's bottom texture is just dark. Anyway, distracting. So, tomorrow up, I think I'm going to grind on this guy a lot more, actually. And I'm going to build up his passives. Try to run that dungeon maybe another time to see if we can re-roll our Ignifar's head. Get something maybe a little better. I don't mind what he got, but I wouldn't mind something that's like a straight damage buffer. Whatever. I do want to build an Acolyte. Just, we'll hold off a little bit. The weekend, though, I don't know if we're going to do this game or if I'm going to do a little monster huntering because Title Update 2 is next week. I don't know if I want to do some Monster Hunter with, like, the gang. Or just do it on my own for the title update. We'll see. But thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow around 5, 6 o'clock EST. Have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you guys next time. Nerds.